Commissioner Coates? Commissioner Laird? Commissioner Milne?
Present.
Commissioner Nicolason? Chairman North?
Here, and Commissioner Laird is on his way. So, this time, Jason, would you come up and lead us in a word of prayer, please? Do I have to turn it on? Just hit the button on there and the green light will come on.
Do I have to be, is that close enough? Okay. Please pray with me. Dear Heavenly and gracious God, I would like to thank you for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon our city, county, and state. Today, we pray for the well-being of our county and all its residents. We ask for you to be with our commissioners as they continue to work to improve the lives they serve. May they use their gift of service and leadership that you have bestowed upon them to work together for the betterment of our community. Let their decisions be guided by your love and wisdom so that our community may be a place of peace and prosperity. And we ask all this in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Jason. All right, at this time, would you stand with, say the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God. No, you can leave that on. We got. Thanks, Jason. Okay, Gary, you're up. You'll have to push the button on there so that we can get another chair from over here. You'll have to push the button on there for the mics to be on. If you don't mind, introduce yourself and
Yes,
why you're here.
thank you, Chairman and the Commission. I'm Gary Shockey. I'm an attorney here in town. I'm from Casper and been here a long time, but I was up in Teton County for many years too. It's really nice to be back. I'm on the board of Kind Grounds, and Kind Grounds is a relatively new, call it operation, that's not right. But the service we provide fills in for the unhoused and otherwise disadvantaged. If you're unhoused and find housing at the Mission or other places overnight, you aren't going to be able to stay there in the day. People must leave the available housing options overnight. And so in the summer, that's not quite so bad, but in the winter, it's terrible. Kind Grounds offers hot breakfast, cots to sleep in, because a lot of people don't sleep well or rest well, even if they are housed overnight. It's very anxiety producing for many. We offer a hot lunch, and as you'll hear, we offer a lot of services which kind of falls under this umbrella of Transportation Hub. We have a van that we've recently acquired. We can take people to doctor appointments. We can take them up to the Community Action Partnership to get help there. Whatever they need, we can do that. And David Allhausen, who is to my right, manages everything, to my left, manages everything on a day-to-day basis. He is a long time, very good, experienced counselor, mainly with the Veterans Administration. And then our executive director is Dan Odell. And we are a new operation in the sense we've only been going for a couple of years, and we're trying to expand. And I think Dan will tell you about some of our expansion hopes and dreams. And so with that, I'm going to uncharacteristically not say much more unless asked. And thank you very much for letting us be here. And
Yeah, thank you, Gary. I'm Dan Odell, 1725 Maple Street. I'm born and raised here in Natrona County, spent 15 years in Denver, came to my senses, moved back to Casper, and I'm glad to be here. I'm also the senior minister at First United Methodist downtown, across from the library and kitty corner from the bus hub. The idea for Kind Grounds, well, let's see, which way do I point this? Broken it already. Oh, there it is. Let's see. The idea for Kind Grounds came about a few years ago. I was having breakfast with Eddie Baker. Eddie was a administrator over at CATSI, and he told me that from 6:30 until 9, our unhoused people, when they get out of the mission, if they're on mercy services, they have to leave at 6:30 in the morning. And so they'll ride the city bus for a couple of hours until the library opens. And I thought, that's not good for our bus drivers. It's not good for our other transportation people. So I began thinking about what can we do in order to kind of alleviate that situation. And so I came across a coffee house in Denver that's open 24 hours a day. And they offer free coffee. And so that's where the idea of Kind Grounds kind of originated. It's kind because we give people free coffee. A navigation center is a hub where people can come and get connected to resources. So we have community partners that will come in and meet with the people. We've got a low barrier to access, and what that means is that if you are intoxicated, if you are on a substance, we're not going to do any drug screening or kick you out. As long as you're civil and can be respectful, you're welcome at Kind Grounds. We don't discriminate against anybody. So, yeah, we provide a pathway of stability for the unhoused. We empower people by creating supportive relationships with services, and we believe that homelessness is a transient phase of life. As Gary mentioned, we do have free meals and snacks. We offer on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and we're constrained by funding at this point. We have an annual budget of $144,000 a year. We have 4 part-time people, and we'd like to expand that. And the reason why we want to expand that is because Kelly Wessels from Community Action has been looking at the numbers, and homelessness has increased 11% for the last 2 years. So if we don't do anything, homelessness is just going to get worse. Now, navigation centers are proven to be a positive solution to homelessness throughout the country. Here's some of our partners: Central Wyoming Counseling Center, Casper Area Transportation Coalition, Community Action, Healthcare for the Homeless, Wyoming Housing Network, Thrive, Climb Wyoming, and we get all of our food through Food Bank of Wyoming. These are some of the things that we offer. Again, meals and snacks, safe shelter, transportation, access to resources, free haircuts and hygiene kits, and clothing as well. Now, navigation centers have shown that they improve mental health and also the wellness of people. And I think that the main reason, we had somebody a couple of, a year and a half ago or so, his mother had passed away, and it was a trauma to him. And with other mental health issues and addiction issues, he just needed a place where he could come and sit down and have a cup of coffee, get out of his car that he was living in, and just let the dust of his life begin to settle. So Kind Grounds is a safe place for people to be. We also have clinical social workers. Dave, who's had 30 years of experience with the Veterans Administration. Do you want to say something about that, Dave?
Sure. All right, I'm Dave Allhughes, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker
And I've been a social worker here in Wyoming since 1993. I worked 5 years at Wyoming Behavioral Institute and 25 years with the Department of Veterans Affairs. I was pulled out of retirement and asked to work with homeless. And as a social worker, I jumped at the opportunity to get back on the street. I enjoyed doing that. I worked with refugees in 90 and 91 in Kentucky, and so I was well versed in working with a disenfranchised population. These people that come to Kind Grounds, these are people that no matter what's going on in their head, which could be psychosis, could be addiction, could be anxiety, could be post-traumatic stress disorder, in which we see a lot of that, is not conducive to many structured environments that a homeless shelter may have to offer. So we're filling a niche in which people are able to come in no matter what's going on in their brain. We educate them on at least a modicum of human kindness, sociability, and recognizing that, geez, something might be going on in somebody else's brain that may offend you, but you're the one that chooses your behavior, and you have to be human while you're at Kind Grounds and respect the privacy and the boundaries of other people as well. We provide opportunity, and we've seen that in several months of providing nutritious meals for people that have poor nutrition, that have a long history of poor nutrition. They start thinking better, they start behaving better, the anxiety begins to dissipate, and they're able to join the human race once more. And so we're seeing that, where it's very much a sort of a Carl Rogers Rogerian approach. We accept all people, no matter what's going on. And so we do have rules. Of course, there's no drug use or alcohol use on Kind Grounds on the property or within the vicinity. And if people are having difficulty, we'll connect them with the services that they're willing to connect with. And so we're working on filling a niche in Natrona County and actually in Wyoming. The people that are living out in the county, living in their cars, aren't able to function well in an environment that is more structured that you would see in such as in a homeless shelter. So we're trying to reach the people that are out there on the street. We want to get them off the street and give them an opportunity to rebuild their lives. And since we've been in operation in November 2023, we have seen a number of people acquire housing, acquire work, acquire an opportunity to reintegrate their lives. We even have found someone who has been homeless for 3 years who has some computer skills, and we've hired him to be our webmaster. So we are providing opportunity for people in a niche field in which they have no opportunity and no hope. And we're wanting to continue to provide these services to meet these outliers as far as functional people in our community. These are our neighbors. These are Wyoming people, and they're out on the street, and they don't know what to do and how to get back, how to restore hope in their lives. And that's what we're trying to do, and I think we're very successful in doing that. Were we to be able to expand our services to 5 days a week, we could do much more. And so we're just hopeful that we're able to grow and continue to meet the needs that are existent. Our ultimate goal, like any good social worker would say, is to work ourselves out of a job because there's no homeless out there. We haven't seen that since November 2023 that we've been in business, but we hope to someday not have that happen to our neighbors and citizens of Wyoming. So and that's my introduction. I'll be happy to entertain any questions anybody may have.
I
Commissioner
have a
Laird.
question.
By all means.
I like it when people come in and give us this kind of information. So I agree with this, with what you're all doing. Now, as a county commissioner, I know that when people come in, they need money. And I like them to be precise. I think it's helpful to us if you just flat say how much money you need, when you need it, and why you need it. We're on a, as you know, a budgetary process. Our budget we just set for the next year a couple weeks ago. And so we do have legal rules we have to follow concerning budget. I've talked to Gary before about this, and I think that this is an extremely worthy endeavor you all are doing. I support it 100% as a person. As a commissioner, I need to know more about the financial issues and what you hope to get for the commissioners. And just let us know that right correctly.
Okay.
For my purposes.
Yeah, I'd like to leave that to Gary and Dan. They work with the numbers. I work with the brains of the people on the street.
So most navigation centers across the country have an annual budget of $530,000. Right now, we're operating for 3 days a week with less than half of what that would be. So our ideal number would be 540,000. Now, if we had 90,300, we could expand our programming to 2 more days a week. We could hire more part-time people and get that done. We'll also probably come to you with other expansion ideas when the request for funding from the opioid monies become available as well. But so my initial ask would be 90,500.
And could you break that down a little bit more, like?
That would enable us to hire some more staff so that we can be open more days a week. So 5 days a week.
We'd like to have an executive director to overlook all aspects of our program. I provide a lot of clinical expertise, that's my training, and some management of facilities and staff, but an executive director would be able to function in the capacity of operating the entire agency much more efficiently, I believe. So that would be a boon. And ideally, because these people are on the street or in the community or in the county 7 days a week, would be a place to keep people off the street, keep them away from downtown, other areas. We'd have a place where we'd be able to do much more intensive programming. So I defer to Dan. 90,000 would, or the quote he said, would enable us to get the ball rolling in that direction.
Any other questions? Commissioner Nicolason?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, gentlemen, for being here today. I'm pleased to hear about this program. I'm sorry that I didn't know about it, and you've been going for coming on 2 years. So thanks for your dedication and efforts. I note that you have a variety of well-known partners in our community, including the Collective Health Trust, and there are some other organizations and generous foundations out there that I don't see on your website or in your materials that you provided. I think my preference would be to get a little bit more information. I don't know that $90,000 is something that I feel we can do today, but I think over time, we can be one of your partners at some financial level. I'll get with you offline and try and get a little more information about who your partners are and what ideas I might have for others that could help your cause, because I think it is a worthwhile one, and I think that the need is growing. I think everybody who's paying attention can see that the homelessness, unhoused, population is growing here in our county. Thanks.
May I just say a few more things? From my perspective, having been on the board now for 9 months or so, we're like an organization living from paycheck to paycheck. Every month is a crisis. Are we going to have enough to keep going? And so when Dan, I asked him if he could, be able to give a specific request to you folks today. That $90,000 would get us over time away from being. It's not a good joke, but we have rent to pay, we don't want to be the people who offer help to the homeless to become homeless ourselves, so to speak. And so we do have these ongoing things. The van that we have, operating expenses for it. And so I asked Dan if he could be conservative, but also be realistic in what could keep us going for the next several months, along with what we already have, support from CAP-NC and other groups. So if you folks are willing to consider that, and I'm not saying right now today, but over time, that would really be of great benefit to Kind Grounds, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. We're always glad to share the stories, so.
Well, we appreciate you guys coming in and letting us know and what you're doing.
Thank you.
So-
Please visit us sometime at 315 CY Avenue. Drop in anytime. I'll be happy to show you around.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Coroner, would you like to come up?
Good afternoon, gentlemen, Board of County Commissioners and ladies over here. Kind of here today to update you on the indigency policy and some of the things that are going on within there. I guess prior to it actually officially coming to you and being signed. I realized that I'm sorry that I was out of town at the last commissioners meeting, but it's probably a very good thing because there were things within there that definitely needed to be changed before it was signed off as an official policy. I've been working with Lita over here on making those things happen. So kind of today I'll update you on what that will look like in the end, hopefully, so that you have some better information going forward before we actually create a policy, a working policy. Number one, I'm going to tell you about what's going on over just the last fiscal year, July to July. We had 38 indigency cases, 15 of those being coroner cases. So there is a difference. There's what falls under me and what doesn't. Statute specifically tells me what I have to do in these cases, but does not when it's not a coroner's case. So you have basically two different types of cases. You have what's mine, and statute will say that if it's my case, no matter what, I've got to make sure that that person is decently taken care of within 5 days post-investigation. Where we see the issue is cases, obviously, that are not mine. These are people that are coming usually from a facility, whether it's the hospital, nursing homes, those kind of things, and are in fact indigent. And the funeral homes end up dealing directly with those. And per my MOU with you, I kind of act as the go-between right now on your behalf on ensuring that those are legitimate cases before we take them forward to you for payment. Next Wednesday at 10 a.m., the work of the last probably year and a half and 2 years will be finished, in that we will have a ceremony at the cemetery and put to rest 33 people that I currently have in my custody. If you remember, we started at like 25 and whittled that down and literally went all over this country finding next of kin for these people. sending them to them when they would claim them, all of that. And 33 is basically what we have with everything that's gone on, plus what I took in originally, that will truly go to the columbarium. As far as policy is concerned, the policy that will come to you here in the end mirrors statute and further defines what statute does not. Now, statute is very vague, and believe me, this is so complicated that I don't know how many times I've been around the horn trying to figure this out and define situations. Probably one of its biggest drawbacks is it does not really define the difference between indigency, unclaimed, plain flat unclaimed, and how that all works. So the policy that as it goes forward will make those definitions as to how that all fits in the real world. Changes that have been made. Actually, the first thing I'm going to tell you, the situations that run into in the real world. You have no next of kin can be found, or there is no next of kin, period. That usually, even if it's not my case, will come through my office, and I will assist the funeral homes in finding people, because that's our job. I'll take it on basically as a partial case and do just that. With that, I mean, I've been able to find people all over the world. We have systems in place that makes that pretty darn handy, where we can go out and find people where you just can't find them through the normal systems. You have a situation where the decedent is indigent and family cannot afford final disposition. And to your question earlier, President North, indigency, when they talk about indigency, it's the indigency is defining the decedent themselves and not the family. So when you look at indigency, it's whether or not the person that died is indigent, not whether or not their family is indigent. There's a situation where there's family, but they want nothing to do with the decedent, and therefore they become unclaimed. You know, situations like that where you have a person that is the black sheep of the family, abandoned the family 50 years ago. You know, kids didn't know what was going on with that particular person until they die, and they really want nothing to do with them. You have the situation with the family who wants nothing to do with the financial arrangements, but want the decedent. They want to claim them, but they don't want to pay for it. There's a situation where there's family who's willing to claim the estate, but not the decedent. I mean, I've had cases in the past where people own businesses and all this kind of stuff, and the family's more than happy to go claim the estate, but want nothing to do with taking care of the decedent. In any case, that's the kind of the deals that are going on. From what you originally saw presented to you, some of the changes that have been made is section where it talks about the columbarium, and it's been added, and unmarked county-owned gravesite. So what that's going to take care of is when we run into a situation where either by cultural things that we might run into, religious things that we might run into, where cremation is probably not the best answer without going against cultural religious beliefs, we would defer to burying them as opposed to cremating. Out-of-county residence is something that was added in there, and what that refers to is that this county should not be responsible for this program for residents of other counties. And so an example of that is, and we've had a couple of them, because we have the regional medical facility, people are being flown in from other counties, dying here, being indigent, being returned to the county where they're a resident, and clarifying that it's that county that needs to take care of this in their program as opposed to us. Otherwise, we're just going to be overwhelmed with all of this. Policy clarifies when the body is claimed or unclaimed, and coroner versus non-coroner cases. And that, again, goes directly to statute. We remove references to the coroner MOU, and that's because this policy needs to outlast an election cycle. The next coroner, or even commission, may not take on an MOU where there's that reciprocal agreement where the coroner steps in and kind of helps you out in processing this kind of stuff. As well as taking out the part where it said the coroner will determine veteran status. The VA determines that. Remove reference to the coroner. That's what I just talked about. Okay, so with that, attached to this will be an application. So this is something that hasn't happened in the past. In other counties that are good about this program, you'll find that they have an application for the family, the friends, the interested parties to basically assert that, yes, in fact, this person is indigent and that they need help. And they're asserting that they haven't received things like powers, the Powers Act, that they aren't receiving Medicare, Medicaid funds, those kind of other government funds, where it almost turns into a double dipping kind of thing if they were to request funds from this commission. We changed it from affidavit to application so that it matches the process and is clearer in the family's mind when they look at policy versus that application, that yes, in fact, what's mentioned in the policy is what I'm filling out here. Puts the onus on the family and friends to determine indigency and makes indigency funds a final resource for help. I would like to, and I think, Lita, I kicked you the one revision on the Section 8 piece that was part of the application, make it specific to government funds, and not the family, the friends, the lodge, whoever is taking care of this person, lock them out of the ability to try and do what they can, because this is an assistance program. So as an example to this, we want them to do what they can to come up with that bill that's being presented by the funeral homes for that disposition. If you have, let's say, even a simple cremation right now runs $2,500, $3,000, okay? Our reimbursement is up to $1,500. If the family can, whether it's through GoFundMe, selling off property of the decedent, whatever they can do, come up with $1,500 and then request assistance for the remainder of that bill, we want them to do that. It lessens the amount that we have to pay or the taxpayer has to put forward here to just $1,000 in that instance versus the $1,500. And I've had cases where it goes to where the request in the end was only like $300. But we allow them that opportunity to try and do what they can, as opposed to a black and white, either they're indigent or they're not. And again, it's not that the family's indigent, it was the decedent that's indigent. But makes them part of that process, and allows them to do whatever they can before they come to this commission and say, we can't do it all. And by doing that, we're going to increase the rate of claimed decedents. Where when they're involved with that process, they're going to claim the decedent, they're going to do everything that they can, and then they're going to go make sure final disposition takes place. Whether that's spreading them, whether it's burying them, whatever the case might be, and keep us from filling up that columbarium prematurely. Okay? Some of the things that I've seen happen is that, you know, and this has just been in the last probably year and a half, 2 years, where the narrative out there, and this is what needs to be changed, is they basically will walk in and say, I just want the county funds, and walk out. But they also want their loved one and want to be able to do everything for them. And that's what we really have to get away from, is that kind of deal. I think that the application at this point, barring those couple of changes in the policy, will reiterate that and put a process in place that can carry forward here and I guess legitimize this and make it so that I guess everybody's singing off the same sheet of music, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Laird.
You raised a question in my mind, at least, on the premise where somebody dies and has an estate. Aren't we making a claim against the estate? Or shouldn't we make a claim against the estate?
In my opinion, yes. Now, Laramie County, that's their end deal on pretty much all of this, is to file a claim against the state, and if something comes out of it, it comes out of it. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
I said estate. If they had like a business, like you said, where the people
Right,
want
exactly.
the business but don't want to pay,
Mhm.
I think we're in a position to make a claim, aren't we?
We most certainly are. And I got to tell you, those cases, very few and far between. I mean, since the last 6 years, I've probably seen 2, maybe 3 of those out of all the things that we've had. But that's something that, again, I mean, if you want that added to policy, then we should do it. Or if you just want it to be a freelance deal where I'm coming to you and saying, you know what, in looking at this, there's an estate out there that maybe in the end we should go after, and at least make a claim for that $1,500 against it. And again, you know, I'm no lawyer or probate specialist, but I mean, the people that are owed money get paid out first, right? And then it goes to the family. So,
So I have another question. What happens if somebody comes in here from another state and dies here? Do you just tell them we can't pay, you gotta send them back to the other state? The way you would, you said for the counties?
in that case, as far as I'm concerned, we're going to take it on. And I literally have only had one case, and that was a recent case where we took somebody here into a medical facility from across state lines. That person happened to be Native American, and the tribe took care of them. I haven't ever in my time seen a case like that, because usually they're flown to the regional medical facility that's closest to them or whatever. For whatever reason, this one from South Dakota got flown into us, but it wasn't indigent. So yeah, I don't know if you want to make that part of the policy, however that works, but I got a feeling when they cross state lines like that, we're probably going to be stuck with them.
Well, what about, how does the other counties feel when, let's say, you find out the guy was from Palm Beach County? How do you set up sending them to them?
That's a funeral home thing, to tell you the truth, and we've dealt with this twice, and that's the reason it's in the policy. Especially these small counties, and I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't know if it applies to everybody, but the couple that we dealt with have no clue about this at all. The program that's out there, the state statute, anything. So they're basically caught off guard. And we forced it upon them. It's like, this is your deal. And in the end, they end up taking it. but your larger counties here are definitely more in the loop than a lot of these smaller counties that don't have any program whatsoever. So,
Personally, I just don't like the idea of any kind of litigation involved when somebody passes away and how we're going to inter them and all of that. And have a monetary thing that we're wrestling with is, I would like to see it be smooth.
hopefully that's what this policy will do. Okay, I don't either. In my mind, it's just about doing the right thing, but, we're talking about government money here. So, there's gotta be guidelines and rules to that. When people apply for any sort of government money, yeah, there's gotta be rules in place as to what qualifies them and to what extent.
Is it the funeral home that normally makes the request for the money? Say cremated them or whatever?
Correct. So, again, when it's my case, whole different scenario. Because I'll assign them to a funeral home, I'll do all the indigency stuff, because that's required of me by statute to ensure that that person is taken care of. What happens is that the funeral home, a lot of times it's on a rotation basis, will get called by, whether it's the medical center or a nursing home, some sort of facility, and they'll go pick that person up, take them into their care, and then after the fact, find out that, number one, this person, they can't find next of kin. Number two, they found next of kin, and just like I explained, the next of kin's like, yeah, so they died. I want nothing to do with them. Or they get the family all the way into the process, and the family throws up their hands and walks out. Whatever that looks like. Or they work with them, and like I said, the family's living hand to mouth just like everybody else, paycheck to paycheck, and can only rustle together so much money for this decedent. And we've made claim at that point, or the funeral home makes claim through me to you, to try and make up the difference. So yeah, I guess inadvertently, it does come through the funeral homes, just like it would come through me if it was my case. It's going through them because they're the ones taking custody of the body.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mill.
Thank you for coming today, Jim. The agency where they have a estate out there and just don't want to pay or whatever, is that a systemic problem? Are we seeing a lot of that, or is that just like a one-off, if ever?
It's rare. It's rare. Or in a state that can be liquidated within a certain amount of time. And that's almost where I would like to see them be able to have the involvement of being able to come either, make that difference to the funeral home after the fact, or even, if it comes to it, paying back the county, or in this state, really, it's the state, because we get reimbursed through that fund every year, what was there.
If we're getting reimbursed from the state, then shouldn't the state go after them instead of us?
Yeah, that was a question that came across my mind too. Like I say, this is a complicated thing when you start digging into it. And I would say, yes, it becomes a state deal at that point, really. Unless, of course, we end up taking incurring an expense that's not reimbursable by the state, which could happen in one of my cases. Let's say where I go out and bury them, and it goes beyond that $1,500. Let's say that we're going to get reimbursed. Say it's $2,000 or $2,500. Would we be able to go back against the family on that? I think most certainly. That's going to be coming out of your funds, out of that line item if that happens. I haven't run into that though yet. I haven't had a situation where I've had to go out and do that, so.
Any other questions? Jim, I appreciate you going through that and coming before us and kind of clarifying a lot of that, so,
And I did sit down, just so you know, because I know the funeral homes were here at the last meeting, so I sat down with them and had a meeting, and we went through this word by word, line by line, not because I'm trying to enhance their ability to make profit, but I need their input, for me to help you have their input, as to what this looks like in the real world, because they're the ones dealing with these families when they're coming in like this. And so, to me, it needed to make sense to them to be able to explain it to these people, how this works in real world fashion. And when we get to the final product, if you guys want to, and again, go over this and answer any questions, I'll be happy to do that, because I've kind of got a handle on it right now, although I got to tell you, it's taken me a couple of years to get to that point, because it is such a, I don't know, it's just crazy, because the situations just don't always match statute, and that's just the way it is.
all right. We don't have any other questions. Jim?
Not for you, Jim, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Madam County Attorney, are you satisfied with where the direction this is going, or any additions, comments, or anything like that?
No, thank you very much. I am satisfied.
That was brief.
Well, I sort of feel from my perspective, I have beat a dead horse to death, but I just don't have anything to add. I've reviewed all the changes, most of them, maybe there was one that was substantive, and that was it, that the coroner referred to. Other than that, it's the same as it was last time. Thank you.
Okay. Ashley?
Chairman, Commissioners, so I just have two letters for you guys. The first one is for Gorgon Hills subdivision. It's a de-annexation request. So what has occurred is Gorgon Hills subdivision has asked to be de-annexed from the city of Casper. And pursuant to statute, the city or the county has 60 days to prepare a report on the impact of the de-annexation. So that's what this letter is essentially an impact. Really, Sabrina and I looked at this. Sabrina's the one that kind of drafted this letter, but I've reviewed it and we've gone over a lot of this stuff. When you're looking at this, nothing's really going to change. It's not going to have a big impact on the county. I know that there was a question concerning the roads. And so we did look at the plat and everything and the dedication. The dedication was to the public. It wouldn't change. The plat wouldn't necessarily change. So that dedication doesn't go away. It continues. So the de-annexation doesn't affect that. And so other than that, I would ask, if there's any questions or any other clarifications that I can answer.
So if there's no trespassing signs up there, they need to come down.
On those dedicated public roads, correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that
Yep,
that's
they're,
on the
they're
record.
public access.
Okay.
And they had been when it was under the city, and it would continue, because that's what the dedication on the plats say.
Okay.
And to my knowledge, it hasn't been, or we haven't found any documentation that says it was vacated to change it from public to private. And so, according to all of our records, it's still public roads.
So it'd just be dedicated public, it wouldn't be a designated county road,
We're not taking maintenance of it, correct?
okay.
Yeah.
Is the city doing maintenance on them right now?
I don't believe so. We didn't find any documentation on that.
Any other questions on that?
And then if you guys are good with it, then I'll go ahead and have Sabrina sign this and we'll get this to the city, hopefully tomorrow. And I have contacted, Eric and I've been talking and he knows that you guys were meeting on this, so I could get this to him. And we're within the 60 days. So then the next letter I have, is for Anna, Kinder with the health department. And I know she is here. So I did ask her to come just in case there was questions you guys had that I couldn't answer. Essentially, all she needs is this letter for the grant funding that we've received. Basically saying that she can give them updates and give them reports and stuff to make sure that we're in compliance with that grant. And so that's kind of what this letter says, is that she's kind of helping to coordinate that grant for us and to make sure that we stay in compliance. Any questions concerning this letter?
Have anything?
No? Okay. And then I'll give this, or I know, Michelle has a copy and I did print a copy for Dave to sign. So we can get this signed and sent, or giving it over to Anna.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, you're up.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thanks for taking some time to chat a little bit about something I'm kind of excited about getting going again in Natrona County, and that's our Community Wildfire Protection Plan. It is a standing plan. Our latest version is August of 2014, so it's definitely overdue for an update and kind of bringing up with current GIS capabilities, things like that. We already have robust infrastructure, GIS infrastructure in Natrona County, and we can leverage some of that and working into some plans and hopefully mitigation efforts moving forward in the next, hopefully handful of years. So what I'm asking you guys for is to accept a recommendation for a contractor, which is Y2 Consulting. We entered in with the Wyoming State Forestry Division and we're able to become a subrecipient of some program funds, $125,000 worth, to work towards some of this mitigation and this planning effort. And we would like to work with Y2 Consulting. We opened up a RFP process here a few months ago, received 3 of proposals, and then opened them up simultaneously and went through them. And this is the outfit that I think would serve us best. I did include in my memo and the attachments with the memo some more details, specifically the Wyoming State Forestry Division's award letter, as well as the RFP document in its entirety. And then we did have $125,000 budget, but Y2 Consultants was initially over that by almost $6,000. So they were able to meet us within that budget and do it without reducing some of the major stuff that we did find attractive with them as a consultant. So with that, that's why I'm here. If there's any questions about the planning process, the proposal or anything like that.
Michael, the one thing I know that was a concern previously is insurance companies.
Mhm.
And if they're going to use this data to attempt to raise rates and stuff of the citizens of the county, because that has happened in other places, and that's one concern that I do have.
I couldn't tell you what insurance companies, would do. I could tell you, living in unincorporated and into county areas personally, I've already lost my homeowners insurance this last year.
Lost your what?
Homeowners insurance. So I know the potential is real. We were able to find another insurance company, but I would be very hesitant to allow that fear of that being used to prevent us from doing any planning effort in that, because that planning effort would in turn or should in turn produce some mitigation efforts. Those mitigation efforts are what would directly impact, positively impact those in the areas that we do identify and address within the plan itself. And I think that would be an attractive thing for insurance companies, but I wouldn't be able to say much on what they would do with
Yeah.
whatever information provided to them.
Well, I just know that that's, you know, on one hand, it can be very beneficial to the citizens by saying that, no, this isn't a hazardous area, that we don't have that type of vegetation here where we have to worry about it. And on the other hand, I can see in certain areas them stepping in and doing exactly what they did to you and say, nope, we're not going to cover you anymore. And so it's a two-edged sword. And the way everything's been going across the West with all the wildfires and everything else, you know, it used to be that they tried to make us pay for everything that happened after a hurricane. Now they try to make us pay for everything related to every wildland fire that goes on in the country. So whether there was any mitigating efforts were not taken. So that's my biggest concern. I understand the need for it and I recognize the need for it, but those are concerns that I have. So
Commissioner Laird, or sorry, Commissioner North, I apologize, but commissioners, one thing I would encourage you possibly to do is encourage those who have questions. There are going to be public sessions, correct? I was there for the opening of the bids. I just don't remember every applicant, but I know they all included at least one public session. So that may be an avenue that concerned citizens have.
Yeah, and there will be two, at least two, I should say, at least two, with this proposal in front of you, or proposal in front of me that I'm a proponent of.
okay. Yeah, Commissioner Nicolason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael, was the successful bidder the low bidder?
No.
Were there enough legally justifiable reasons to accept this bid from this company and then enter into a discussion with them to bring it to that 125? Are you comfortable with that, counsel?
I am. I was not involved in the discussions to stay within our budget, but I'm confident that Mr. Cavalier asked all the appropriate questions.
Well, and measuring them up with the other bids, we just don't want to get our tail in a ringer when we have multiple bidders and then we go and enter into negotiations. So as long as it was done properly, then I'm fine with it.
And Commissioner, I was actually with the bidding stuff. We went over it, and I will say that yes, the one lower bidder, there was reasons why, very clear reasons why we chose not to go with them.
Great.
And so yeah, I would have no problem, just like Lita said.
Great, thank you.
Question? Oh, Commissioner Coach.
Michael, what you said the Y2's bid came in higher initially, and then it was kind of molded down to fit within the budget confines. What specifically was removed?
Yeah, great question. In the packet, there is a revised cost of services. There primarily we went from the largest reduction was in from 4 community meetings where their staff was present down to 2. That doesn't restrict us to only 2 meetings. It just reduces their involvement at those meetings by 2. So if we think, you know, as we progress through this, that we want to do additional public meetings, it's something we can host without a problem, without having the contractor there. So that was the largest reduction to their proposal. The other part was a couple hours, so $469 worth in the community risk assessments portion of it. That does not include any reduction in the fuels and fire behavior modeling, which would be a very large component to that community risk assessment. So that was not touched. and then public record database and planning tools, and then CWP update report development also saw some slight reductions in hours, but that was the bulk of it was in the community meeting attendance from the contractor.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that it was not, that the meat of the mitigation plan was still there and the expertise were still being paid for and we weren't cutting into that. So appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Chairman, thanks for coming. Speaking of all the data and everything like that, where do you plan on housing that once everything's completed for public access?
Yeah, so part of the RFP was to create a publicly accessible portion of this data. And that part is not completely planned out yet. That it's a part of the discussion we'll have as a task force and then with the vendor as to what would be the best route for that. With the very prevalent GIS, access we have already within the cooperative agreement that we're in with the city and the county, I think that we would likely see it somewhere in that environment, is what I would guess. Mainly because when we start dealing with this type of data, it really will be map, centric. So I would envision it probably entering into that environment at some point.
All right, thanks.
That answers your question.
Any other questions? All right. So how quickly do we need to, Attorney, how quickly do we need to ratify the RFP or move forward on it? What do we need to do to move forward on this?
You would need to make a motion accepting, or a motion to accept or not accept, and follow that procedure.
So we're prepared to do that or not? That's what I'm asking. Sorry.
Sure, you're free to do that, yes. I don't know if you're prepared or not, but you can.
Does anybody have any other discussions on any of that? Or is anybody willing to make a motion to move forward on this at this point in time? Okay, Commissioner Laird.
How are you?
I'm well.
So, does any problem arise here that bothers you in this whole transaction?
Not that I saw, no. I share Chairman Norris' concerns that as we, not in the transaction, but I do hope and wish it will have a lot of good, positive public acceptance and want to help mitigate some of this risk. Ultimately, we have some within our control in county lands, and we can work with our partners at the state, and, BLM, and I think that they would be receptive as well. But if we don't get participation from private landowners, that's their private land, so that's their choice. That's my biggest concern, is that there's hesitancy to do, the mitigation work that we might identify as needed in this planning process.
So, what problem would it cause if we gave you no money?
It would put a pretty big, heavy lift on a division of 2 within the sheriff's office. We need this plan. We need the mitigation plan. And I think it's also important just to stress, we already did get the funds approved through the Wyoming State Forestry Division's program. So as far as county taxpayers go, it's a reimbursement process, but the project itself would be funded as a subrecipient from Wyoming State Forestry Division.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Nicolason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for clarification on order and sequencing, are we going to be, I didn't see in the packet an actual contract for the chairman to sign. So what, do you want the motion to, or do we just put it in as a contract?
You are correct, sir. There is no contract. The way that I've seen them done, and I haven't seen all of them, was Mr. Cavalier recommends a company. You all either accept, reject, and then we work on the contract with Y2. That's how I've seen this done. I'm not
So do
saying
you-
that's,
So I'm sorry, council, do you want a formal motion? Because I think we're all thumbs up on this to confirm just orally, yes,
Sure.
move forward. What's your preference?
That's basically what I was moving toward.
yes, that works.
So
And then what I'll do is I'll work with Mr. Cavalier and Y2, I want to say Y2K, but it's probably not Y2K. When Y2, in order to get that contract, I know there will probably be some specific clauses required because of the federal grant money, but we will work on that as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
okay, thanks.
One question. Quick.
Sure.
You said an office of two or a burden of two, so who's two?
All right, so
Thank
Derek Stewart,
you.
yes, sir. So I guess, yeah, first, thanks. This is my first time working with you guys directly. I spent, 6+ years as the deputy coordinator for emergency management, and with Coordinator Hill's retirement last June, and your guys' support, I stepped into the emergency management coordinator position, which opened up a position is the deputy coordinator. So over the last few months, it is a process to get hired on at the sheriff's office and work in the homeland security world. But we were able to hire Mr. Derek Stewart. He's going to be the deputy coordinator for our division. So it'll be the two of us, and in the absence of me, Derek's going to be qualified and at the helm anytime as a deputy. So with two of us, yes, that's. Thank you for pointing that out.
Nice to meet you, and I thank you for coming on board.
Yep. Thank you. Congratulations or condolences, one of the two. So, all right. Thanks, Michael.
Somebody's.
Okay. Lita, it's
Thank
legal
you. Good
review
afternoon.
updates.
First, do any of you have any questions on the agenda? The upcoming agenda, excuse me. Yes.
I do.
Okay.
And I'm happy, and Commissioner Coates is probably also happy to answer questions on the opioid RFP for the proposals that we're going to be receiving hopefully here in the next month or so. But looking at item A, Gary Dome, Gailey, easements and resolution, I'm concerned about the form of that document. And I reviewed the easements, and I'm familiar with it just generally, and I'm familiar that these are just for a small portion of where this road going through the sand crosses. The property that maybe someday can be a county road. It is property we own. I think that the concerns are that we don't have some provisions in the document that I would feel are in the public interest. So I might turn council's attention to the form of the license that Mr. Hagler has been using. We as a county have probably been using for dozens and dozens and dozens of years. But in that, and I understand that a license is different from an easement. And so one question is, why aren't we doing a license which is not perpetual, but grants certain rights and privileges? So that's one, I think, fundamental question. But then we don't see things that where our county liability is limited. We're released from claims that there won't be improvements without consent, that there is an understanding that there won't be county maintenance. So I think if we don't use a license form, then I'd ask council to take a look at the some of the provisions in the license agreement and see which of those might be applicable to this kind of thing. When we're saying to somebody, hey, you can do your thing on our county roadway, our county right-of-way, our county property, these are the terms and conditions. And I think we need to be stronger in our terms and conditions, because while this is a road that goes nowhere other than across Chevron's Camus site, the idea 40 years ago when the Smith family conveyed it to the county was that that was going to be a public road connecting the Coal Creek Road people, bring Gary Dome Road essentially through where the dump is. And because of Chevron's fence and dogs and guns and all those things, that we can't use that, and we're not thinking we're going to be able to use that as a county road someday, or right now, but someday, 10, 20 years down the road, we might. And at that point in time, we need to be clear that this is a non-exclusive easement. I don't know if that's in there, that we can grant such other rights and easements and rights of way in the easement property as we may deem fit. They can't interfere with our usage in the future. It's that kind of stuff that I think looks ahead 20, 30, 40 years that helps us, especially when we're talking about a professional easement. So I don't know if the timing on this needs to be done right now tonight, but my preference would be that we pull it and we work through some of these issues a little bit more. I don't have a problem with granting an easement or a license, but I do have a problem with our form. Thanks.
And Commissioner, I know Paul's gonna be here probably later, because he was working on the Gary Dome stuff with me. To my knowledge, and even when we talked about it, actually I had a meeting with him at 1 o'clock today. It doesn't sound like it's like they don't need it like right now. They would like it to get done. It's been sitting in our office for quite a while. I know, it was given to me. I don't even remember how long the application has been sitting. And so, I mean, I can definitely look at, consider doing a license instead of an easement and address some of those other things. I don't remember off the top of my head if there is non-exclusive. I don't think it had that language.
And I'm happy to work with you offline through the issues and some of my notes on it and try to come up with a document that's better for the county and still meets the needs of these folks.
And that's fine. And I will say, like, one of the things that we had first talked about was initially they were going to do one easement, just like part A, it all in one easement. I didn't really like that. I thought it needed to be two, since it's two separate little locations, just in case one goes away and one gets, abandoned or vacated that way. We still have the other one, right? And so that was one of the things that I know I had changed. But we can definitely talk, we can definitely pull it. That's, to my knowledge, and I think Paul would agree with me when our conversations, that it's not like it has to get done today. I know it had came about because one Galley, one of those people that was listed, several owners, he tried to get a mortgage and it fell through because they didn't have an access. But that was a little while ago, and so I don't think it affects them like right this moment. And I will say, like, they do have, like, basically it's a private road that's to access all those properties down there.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to close the loop on this, is it okay if we pull this from the consent agenda tonight?
I have no problem with that. Okay, no, sounds like we're all in agreement of that, so we'll make that motion tonight to pull that from the consent agenda when we get to that point. If you'll make that motion. I'm sure somebody will second. So, okay. Actually, this is for my own clarification. But showing the easements on there, you know, you have easement B and easement A going across the county right away. Do we not have a county road there currently then? It's just an easement?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what I needed to know. That's the part that is like, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
If that's all it is, a sand dune, I can understand.
It's there, like, it looks like it should be there, but my understanding it's not from talking with Paul. Him and I have sat down a couple times, because we went over it and he helped me with the legal description and everything. And even we sat down and did some of the maps for you guys so that you could see
Well,
where
I know that
they were.
area out there moves a lot. So, anyway, that's the easiest way I could put that. So, okay. Yeah, I don't have any problem. That's the only question I had.
Yeah, it's not a problem to pull in. We can work it a little bit more.
So, okay. Any other questions on the consent agenda? Any other legal updates?
The only legal update I have was a question regarding UHAD. We have not heard back from the appraiser for the mountain property as to his status.
Okay.
We did, or you all did sign the engagement letter, and he does have that. And we did a follow-up email. We just have not heard. I do know one of his first goals was to speak with Anna Kinder and deal with that building because it's occupied. And I know he was working with her. Other than that, I don't have any additional information.
Okay. All right. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Laird.
Ms. County Attorney,
Yes.
this is just a general question. Has the Title 25 issues been resolved?
And to some extent, yes, we are still working with everyone.
What has to be done?
I think there are still some concerns with the e-file and serve, which of course e-file and serve controls. So we're working with Jill Keister and other parties to try to get those glitches worked out. We are hopeful, according to Ms. Keister, in October, some new rules will take into effect, or go into effect. We're hoping that will take care of some of the concerns, but the other issue seems to have settled down a little bit.
What's the major concern that will be taken care of in October?
Ashley may be able to explain that better because she has been working directly with Ms. Keister. My understanding is when an attorney files a new case and is setting up that new case, at this moment, an attorney cannot add what we call, what's called the co-counsel. So for example, I can't, if I open a case for this office or for the county, I cannot add Ashley.
Presently?
Currently, yes, presently.
And they're going to change that?
Well, I don't want to misspeak exactly what they're doing.
I'm not sure, 100% sure if that's changing. I do know the confidentiality of, so right now there's like 3 buttons like you can click, like confidential, sealed essentially. And then the other one I can't remember. And they're only going to, it's actually going to only have 1 going forward.
Like a law firm has Joe Blow signed and he wants one of his partners to also sign off. He can't do that right now?
Well, not right now. Well, we kind of came up with a solution with Jill during a meeting that we had, in which right now for the Title 25s, we're doing an entry of appearance, and in that entry of appearance, it has all of us. So it has me, it has Lita, it has Karina as well. That way, we're actually able to access it, and so that seems to have resolved some of that problem. It kind of seems to have, anyways. But we just started doing that in our packets for the Title 25s, in which we would do an entry of appearance, and it just has all three of us attorneys and our signatures on it. So that then now Jill is able to, actually manually put us in, entered in on all those cases.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Laird, just to follow up, the reason as far as when you open a case and the lawyer can't add counsel, then that is a concern for notice issues, which e-file and serve has some of. And another thing, I know that Jared did this when he was here, and then I did it again, is until someone's appointed, clearly they're not getting any notice because they're not on the case. So I did talk to Ms. Keister and let her know it was okay to add defense counsel to, I guess, right away, even though he or she would not have been appointed right away, to take care of some of, again, the notice problems that defense counsel felt were issues and are issues. And in addition, throughout the proceedings, there is a point in time when Andrew Sears, who represents Wyoming Behavioral Institute, and Jackson Ingalls, who represents the Department of Health. I've also, I guess, talked to Ms. Keister about adding them as well at certain stages, because it's out of our hands and now in their hands, and so they couldn't access it either. So it's a huge access problem, and we are working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Our next appointment's not until 4:20. Would entertain a motion to go into executive session to talk about property acquisitions.
I have a question first.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Funds for Midwest Fire Department. Statuses on equipment.
The status of equipment is yes, I will. They sent in they submitted a size request and an equipment request. I had Chief Oliver go through that request and have the same equipment that County Fire has, which resulted in about a $7,000 reduction in what their costs were. He's been back and forth with Chief Riley up there, and at this point in time, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get everything ordered that they need, but we'll run it through County Fire. With that additional amount, one thing that I was asked to bring before the commission on is to see what your thoughts were. One of the biggest issues that Midwest Edgerton has right now is their radios need to be updated to the tune of about $5,000. If we utilize some of that funding that we have allocated for their PPE and allow that to go toward their radios upgrades, that would also help them out as far as the safety issues and the communication with everybody else. But that's something that needed to be brought to the commission as far as what you guys' thoughts were, and if we wanted to change that for so we're not using all the money that we had originally allocated up to $35,000 for the PPE, but utilize some of it for the radio updates. So
Let me ask you, you're saving 7,000, right?
yes,
And so how much is the radio updates?
5.
So really, we just transfer the money over and we still save 2,000? Is that the way I'm hearing this?
Well, actually, their estimates and what they wanted were higher than $35,000. So yeah, but it's not going to cost us any more than the $35,000.
So what do we need to do? Have a motion to approve that?
Well, that's what I would like to have, just since we've already approved the PPE, and this is just to reallocate that additional funding.
Well, I would move that we amend what we're approving for them to cover the cost of the radios.
And
Second for discussion.
okay,
Mr. Chairman, thanks for working with Riley and Brian Oliver and saving some money. That sounds great. And to route it through county fire makes sense. My only hesitation is that I think it's better practice if we have something in writing from them saying, we have this need, this is the age of our radios, this is how many, this is the approximate cost. For posterity, for our files, I think that's good. And my preference would be to get it between now and our next meeting, and then at the next meeting, just approve it at that time. I'd be against it today, but I'd be in favor of it if we get something in our file that's in writing.
any other discussion on that?
I would also like to see what Mr. Cavalier has to say, see if there's any kind of nexus for radios through his office. I think he might be able to help us out there too.
Okay, no, I don't have any problem with that at all, and I think it's one of those that we need to explore all the options, but yeah, that's basically what I wanted to bring out, because that's something that Brian brought up to me just recently, and so I do appreciate you bringing that up, because that is something that we needed to discuss. Before Mr.
I
Moore.
agree with both those statements. I'd go a little bit further as I'd kind of like to see some quotes or some numbers on paper as to where they're allocating those funds to. One, also want to make sure we put a no more than. Exactly.
I'll work with them on that and get those numbers and get us something ready, because I know Chief Oliver had contacted Comtronics about that, and that's where he got that number, was directly from Comtronics, but so it shouldn't be a problem getting that information, but I'll be happy to work with him and getting that stuff. So, okay. Anything else?
So what I'm wondering is should I amend my motion to approve it subject to them, because I agree they should put something in writing, that we agree to give them the money as soon as they present something in writing that coincides with what Mr. Nicolason said about the amount of money that we're going to give them, which is still within the 35,000, the way I understand it. Am I right on that?
Yes.
So I just think, we've already approved the 35,000. So if they wanted, you're saving them money on one issue and they're spending it on the radios, in essence, we've really already approved the amount of the money, but I still think they should just submit something that says what has been discussed here, that we're asking to be able to get the radios, and we'll stay within the budget of $35,000. As soon as we get that letter, it's approved, we don't need another meeting, and we can move on. In the meantime, the safety issue will be met as quickly as governments can address things, and so I would move to amend my motion, as I've said, to approve it pending getting a written document from them telling us what they're spending the money on. As soon as we get that, then it's deemed approved and we move on.
The not to exceed.
Yeah, which we've already said.
Yeah. Well, I'm just
Yeah.
reaffirming.
It's just
your
like,
motion.
it's
I'm
just-
reaffirming your
yeah.
motion.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
Yes, I will. I wanted to see if there was any discussion first. Yeah.
Second.
I just think we don't move on it. I think we withdraw the motion, so we get the information and then we act on it. Instead of saying, well, let's have this, and this, that's confusing to our staff and me on what we're actually saying are the requirements or the expectations let's see what they have and put it with the consent agenda next time. I think that's how it can and should be done.
How's, any other discussion on that? Mel?
Or just table it until we get the information, but go ahead. I mean, we've got a motion and a second, so we need to have a vote probably now.
Yep. All right, so at this point in time, all in favor of the motion, but
As a point of order, I think that
let me
our
do-
staff might still
do a
not
cl-
be exactly clear on the motion.
yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna clarify the motion. To clarify the motion was that we had, because the allotment had already been set to a not to exceed 35,000 for the PPE, that we would reallocate the additional unused funds, still not to exceed 35,000, and allocate that toward upgrades of the radio. Did I?
I think that's, I might say it a little differently. That the previous 35,000 is affirmed, however, we're going to allow them, since the money was saved, because of the purchase through the county fire department, that they can now spend the money, the additional monies on the radios. It doesn't, up to the way you said it, might sound like they get 35,000 for the radios, but it's, all it is we're giving them the same money. And the real motion is, go ahead and get your radios, and we're still gonna give you the 35,000, and we know you're gonna spend it on the radios. I just don't understand why it's a confusing issue. We've delayed these guys. It's a safety issue. Fortunately, nothing has happened, but it's a safety issue. It should be dealt with, I think, as quickly as possible.
Well, I will add additional information that Chief Oliver does have those numbers right now, so I can get those from him and have those sent to everybody.
The statement is just, we're gonna buy the radios.
Well, it's not buying radios, it's upgrading.
Or up.
There's a difference, because those,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
but we can also check with, I mean, they already have the radios, so it's just upgrading the current ones that they have, so that they work better. Michelle, do you need anything else on that? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, one thing I did forget to do, I guess I need to do it now, is today's August 5th meeting. Yeah.
2025.
2025. Okay, so all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nah.
Okay, motion fails. So at this point in time, I'll get that information from Chief Oliver and share it with everybody. And then we can move forward at the next meeting as far as the radios go.
Will you check with Michael as well? and see-
Yes, I'll check
check
with,
out there and see if
yes,
he can-
I will.
So you might be able to save us significant
Well,
money.
like I said, they've already got the radios, so it's just upgrading what they currently have, but I'll follow up on both sides of that. So, okay. At this point in time,
So when would you want to have another meeting so that they can get the money if they give you the letter tomorrow?
well, everybody just said they wanted to wait until
I know, but when would that be?
the next scheduled meeting, the 19th. So, and it's only for the radios. The radios do work right now. They just need to be upgraded. So at this point,
I would move to go into executive session for property and legal advice.
okay. All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Nicolason, second by Commissioner Milne. All in favor, say aye. All right. We're now in executive session. Okay.
It's like saying we want to change the color of the uniform to white.
Sure.
Glenn, good to see you. What can we push it harder? There you go.
Okay,
You just got to push it in the right spot.
there you go.
So,
Should I begin?
yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, you actually have one thing in front of you, and then I'm going to kind of allude to another one. So we are in the process of expanding our snow removal and equipment maintenance building. When this was constructed 5 or 6 years back, we were able to fund about 28,000 square foot of the building. It's ultimately shown to be 75,000 square feet based upon the equipment. So this is the first of probably 2 phases I can see expanding it. So there's actually 2 grants associated with this. The first grant came out. That's the one that I have the memo for the $2,165,076. It alludes to a following grant that we actually got, well, the grant offer last week. So we'll have another memo here for the second grant at the August 19th meeting, I believe, Mr. Chairman, if that's the one, for $1,491,718. So 2 grants, one before you now, the other one would be for you on the 19th. And I would be happy to answer any questions on the project or anything about the grant. But this is typically our standard grants, federal grants to do our construction projects.
Okay, so right now we have the 77
Yes.
on the consent agenda tonight. So,
Correct.
So the second one, we can put on the consent agenda at our next meeting, and that'll be early enough to get that taken care of.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, all right. Has anybody got any questions? I just wanted you to come in and kind of go through this stuff, so.
Absolutely.
So we all have, so we have it on the record,
Absolutely.
why we're doing things and what we're doing. So,
Well, when you look at the equipment that we purchased, we just bought a new snow blower that we took delivery in May. That's almost $1 million. So that's one of the things FAA wants you to be able to do is if you're buying equipment, they obviously want you to, we certainly want it to be stored inside to protect it from the weather. So the equipment that we're getting is bigger equipment, and obviously bigger equipment means more space. We're still operating out of our World War II building, where during the summertime, the snow removal equipment, some of it is in the old building where the mowers are, and then we kind of swap back. So over a period of time, as we're able to do this, we can consolidate everything into a newer building.
any other questions? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for coming by.
Yep. Thank
Appreciate it.
Keep up the good work.
So, at this time, I would entertain a motion to go back into executive session for legal advice.
Motion to go back into executive session for legal advice.
Lita wasn't done. So, do we have a second? Nobody wants to go back in.
The one topic I had
Okay.
is short.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. All right. We are in recess until 5:30.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Hi, Ed. This is Michelle from the Commissioners. I'm connecting you early, so now I just need you to mute your phone, and then when they open the public hearing, I will turn on the mic for you, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Commissioner Milne, calling you.
Thank you, Chairman. Recently, this community, the state, and hell, the world, has recently lost an amazing man. Highly respected. I really liked him a lot myself personally. Gail Zimmerman has passed away, if you didn't know that. He was a huge pillar of this community, of this state. His works were around the world. It wasn't just limited to here. So I'd request that we have a moment of silence in his honor. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll move into the consent agenda. Are there any items that we would like to remove from the consent agenda at this time?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nicolason?
I would move to remove item A, Gary Dome Gailey easements and resolution 3425.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Nicolason, second by Commissioner Coates. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Okay, at this point in time, for the remainder of the consent agenda, do we have a motion for approval?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the remaining consent agenda items.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Nicolason, seconded by Commissioner Milne to approve the remainder of the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. All right, at this time, we'll move into public hearings. Start out, declare the hearing open for MS 24-08, request by John Corncove for approval of the major subdivision, the Timber Springs major subdivision consisting of 31 lots on a parcel of approximately 170.18 acres in Mountain Residential 2 zoning district. Properties are currently accessed from the Archery Range Road in K2. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes, the rules of the Natrona County Commission, and the applicable law. May we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sean Gustafson, ECS Engineers. If I'm correct, this was tabled at the last meeting. Is that correct? Do we need to remove that from the table when, before this or after?
Well, technically, yeah, we do need to remove this from the table and bring it back at this point in time. That is correct. Thank you for pointing that out. Do I have a motion to remove this from the table and bring it back before the commission?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to remove it from the table by Commissioner Nicolason, seconded by Commissioner Milne. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so moved. Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. As you mentioned, this is the Timber Springs subdivision. We've been through the reports and a bunch of questions and so on before. Last time, I believe it was tabled because to have the fire department take a look at the roadways. At any rate, and we have also received, the fire department did look at the roadways. From Brian Oliver, we have an email of Friday, July 11th, when he went up and looked at this in accordance with the National Fire Code, and stated in this that to go ahead and use this for an approval, that he's good with the grades. Approximately the same time, I had asked Edge Engineering to clarify a couple things in the drainage report, and we have that. The drainage before and after will be the same.
There is no increase in drainage due to this subdivision. In fact, there may be a little bit of a decrease. So, and that has been verified by their licensed engineer. With that, we've been through all of the other standards and so on that were met previously. So under the just to go over what we had before as some conditions, we had the SWIP plan, which has been developed and put in place. We have the K2 road easement adjacent to lot 31. There's been, at least to my knowledge, no progress at this point in time, but we do have the temporary turnaround. I would suppose maybe I could, well, you know, if I knew how to work this thing. Sold. Anyway, sold. Well, we'll wing it. We have a temporary turnaround at the corner of lot 31 that could be abandoned at the point in time in which the other half of K2 road is gained from tri-state generation. But for now, it is compliant. And then, of course, we removed I've now removed the drainage study condition since we've got a complete drainage study. So again, we recommend approval of this. Staff recommends approval of this item. Let's see here. Sample motion would be considering all relative factors, including but not limited to those set forth. 2013 subdivision regulation in Natrona County. We find the major subdivision meets the general standards, and on that basis, you approve MS 24-08. That's our recommendation, and if you have any questions, I'd love to answer.
Got any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration of MS 24-08 to approach the lectern.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Please say your name and address.
I am Keith Nakbar, attorney at law, 703 North Lincoln Street in Casper, and I am here representing Bottom Rock LLC, John Cornquin, in support of the Timber Springs subdivision approval. Your staff has adequately addressed the issues in the various proceedings leading up to this point, and in the written materials. What I'd like to do is just address the issues that have been raised in some of the objections that were filed. With regard to the density concerns of we don't want more dense population or development on the mountain, I would note that this is an MR2 zoning, which has a minimum 5-acre lot size. And so all of the lots in this subdivision are platted out accordingly, which I think certainly at a 5-acre lot size, that is a pretty sparsely developed area. And I think it allows plenty of space for people to have their distance from neighbors. With regard to the road issue, that has been addressed directly by the fire department. They have given their approval, their blessing, so to speak, on the layout and the slope of the roads. I would note that the request for variance that has been included in this application should be approved, and here's why. The idea in planning out the roads in this subdivision was to minimize negative impact on erosion, to minimize negative impact on excessive deforestation of the area. And so they struck a balance in planning out the roads. So we don't want to end up putting a road in just to, in a different spot, just to reduce the slope by a percentage or so to try to meet a standard. It's better in this situation to put the roads where they are, where they've been planned out very carefully to minimize those negative effects that I mentioned. There will be an HOA incorporated for road maintenance in this subdivision. I think that's required by the county zoning resolution. And with regard to water, there was some concern raised that, you know, all these wells, if there are 31 wells, it's going to run all of the groundwater dry. So I took a look at the Chapter 23 report that was completed and that the DEQ relied upon in its approval. And if you look carefully at that, it says the total average usage of the whole subdivision, assuming all 31 lots are occupied, that they have wells and they're using water, would be estimated at 17.35 gallons per minute. That's for all the lots fully developed. The average delivery of 19 wells in the vicinity is 9.2 gallons per minute. So really this whole subdivision is using only 2 times the average delivery of 19 wells in the area. So I think that those numbers alone would support what the engineers concluded, which is that the impact on groundwater and water available for use would be pretty minimal, less than the equivalent of 2 average wells in the neighboring area. So with all of that, we would request that the board approve the subdivision as noted in your materials. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. I also have John Cornquin here with me who can help with any fielding any questions.
Were you any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Cornquin. I'm at 905 South Center Street. And thank you for having me, Mr. Commissioner and Chairman. I think this project should be approved for many reasons. One, that there's a need up in Casper Mountain to be for more land developed. Currently, if you look at the multiple listing service, there's 6 pieces of land on the market. One of them is at the front of the mountain, which I don't consider part of the mountain, but people do. 2, 5 of those lots don't have electricity. If you look at the cabins that are available right now, there's 6, I think, on the market, and I think it is 4 of them that have electricity, 2 don't. This is going to be a subdivision that we're going to put electricity into it, make the amenities that people are looking for. And I think that's a real critical aspect of this subdivision. If you look at other subdivisions, and I sell a lot of land on Casper Mountain, much of it doesn't have the amenities that people are looking for. Not just out-of-state people, but in-town people. They want the amenities, and I think this is we believe, a thought-out project that's going to hit people's needs. There's availability for the HOA to decide what they want to do. Do they want this to be more of a year-round property or not? That's going to be up to the people that are building there or not building there. Currently, I know people that are, if this passes, would want multiple lots. So I don't even think it's going to be 31 homes. I believe there's going to be a less density than even that. But in general, this is a great project. I think we've tried to think of all the things that people are looking for. We're going to be next to the archery range park, so people can have some walking down the roads to get up a little more access to the park. My goal, if this is approved, is to try to get in some sort of easement from the Nordic region up through the Baptist Church, if they'll let us, and get some access for more availability for the public to get onto the archery range park and just have more trails to walk. And so we're trying to think of different things that people are looking for on Casper Mountain. And I think that's probably all I need to say for now. If you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, Chairman, Commission. Jason Canope with Edge Engineering, 4760 Ross Ridge Road. We completed the stormwater study for this subdivision, and we've reviewed all of the engineering reports, and we've worked with the surveyor on the layout of the lots and the layout of the lands. We've also put in the request for the variance on the grades to the roads. So if you have any questions with regards to any of that, we believe that this is a good opportunity for Casper Mountain to have some more availability up there. We have worked with some other existing established lots up there that are much smaller and 2.3 acres, 3 acres, and that's definitely too small up there for some of the terrain. So this will provide a lot more options within those lots of availability to build. So any questions for us?
Jason, what's the estimated water depth, groundwater up there?
Shallow, typical for what we've been discussing throughout our time on Casper Mountain. You're probably looking at 30 to 40 feet. It's pretty standard for all of Casper Mountain. You can get deeper wells if you find crevices, and then you can obviously always drill real deep. But mostly it's all going to be shallow wells. That was called out in the Chapter 23 study from Ferguson Engineers as well. And that's why they're calling out specific septic system design for each lot as well.
Okay. Any other questions?
All right, thank you.
All right, at this time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration of MS 24-08 to approach the lectern. Okay, and for the last time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration of MS 24-08 to approach the lectern. Seeing none, at this time, I would ask the individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of MS 24-08 to approach.
Excuse me, Commissioner North, I see a gentleman raised his hand. Do you need a hearing assist? Okay, thank you. We'll get you one.
Nope, appreciate it.
Sure nobody gets in front of you, okay?
Okay.
Did you wish to speak for or against?
Oh, well, I actually just have some questions. I don't have a problem with the subdivision. It's the access. My wife and I are one of the only people that live up there full time during the year. We're there during the middle of the winter, and I'm the one that maintains the road, and I see what happens to it during the spring runoff. And there's a couple spots.
Before you go any further, could I get you to state your name and your
Oh, I'm
address?
sorry. My name is Paul Michael Ashcraft, and I live at 1452 Crooked Pine Trail.
Thank you.
And I'm the one that blows the road and maintains it from the tower all the way to my property. And we go past where the turnoff is going to his subdivision. So part of it's K2 Road and part of it's Crooked Pine Trail. There's a couple corners that are really bad in the springtime. And if we didn't maintain it, they'd be impassable. And I'm just kind of about, what's going to happen when we have more traffic. If their homeowners association is going to help maintain that, or because I know they have the church camp up there and they bring buses up. And sometimes, we have to fix the roads just to get the buses through. And they had some guys working on the tower a couple years ago, and not that tower, but another one. And they had to get a snowcat up there because they destroyed the road trying to get up and down with the trucks, and I had to pull them out. So I'm just kind of questioning what's going to happen because that's my main access. And if it gets destroyed, you know, we could be trapped up there, or we have to try to go down through the bear trap. And that road is just horrible. It's impassable during the winter time. So, I don't know if that's.
I would love to chat with you about it.
Yeah.
It's in our best interest to have it done.
Okay. All right. Well,
So you can hold on to those if you want to so you can hear better.
thank you.
Okay. I'd ask those that wish to speak in opposition or consideration of MS 24-08 to approach the lectern.
Katie Lejeski, 9550 K2 Road. To answer your question, I'm generally in support of it. You've done your work. You've planned it well. I'm generally in favor. It is a private road from the time you get off K2 until you get to my road where you turn right off of K2 past the tower. It is private. And I verified with all the landowners prior to the meeting that that is private. So if we could take and have them use Archery Range Road as their primary, because we maintain our own roads. And yes, they get torn up. We've had a lot of truck traffic lately, and there was a hole there this spring that could have swallowed a semi-truck's tire, so just so you know. But otherwise, it's a good plan. He did his work. It's just access.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, is that actually the easement? My understanding is that that's not an easement going on K2 at this point in time.
Excuse me, the only portion of the road that is not dedicated to the public is that piece right on lot 31, half of the road there. The other half is dedicated by this plat. We do have the research provided by the surveyor that indicates where all the roads were dedicated. So.
Okay, so the road dead ends before it goes to K2.
No, the road on K2, the only piece of it that is not dedicated to the public is the piece that's right at lot 31. From that point, I don't know what goes on after that. We didn't research it there, but we researched it to that point. And like I said, I can probably provide you all the documents that the surveyor produced showing the dedications. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. At this time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of MS 24-01 to approach the lectern. All right, for the last time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of MS 24-08 to approach the lectern. There being no others, speak for or against consideration of MS 24-08, I now declare this public hearing closed. Commissioner comments? I would entertain a motion to either approve or disapprove this at this time.
Make a motion to approve MS 2408, major subdivision in Timber Springs, consisting of 31 lots.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Coates, second by Commissioner Nicolason.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Milne.
friendly amendment or modification for the motion to include the facts, findings, and recommendations of staff.
Commissioner Coates, you agree to that?
I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with that too. It's a second.
Okay. Did you get that, Michelle? Okay. All right. Do we have any other discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Yeah, now declare the public hearing for consideration of ZC 25-02, request by Ben Hansel for approval of zone change for the urban residential zoning district of commercial C. This property is located off Casper Mountain Road, approximately 0.5 miles north of Southeast Wyoming Boulevard in the Eagle View Simple Subdivision. And hearing will be conducted in accordance with the state statute, rules of Natrona County Commission, and applicable law. And we have a staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. As you said, this is case number ZC25-02. This is a request for a zone change from urban residential to commercial zoning. The location, as you stated, was north of Casper Mountain Road. It is the commercial zoning in this area is a minimum acreage of 2 acres. This lot is 2 acres. The adjacent land use, so north of this property, is City of Casper, and it is zoned C2 general business. To the south is City of Casper. It is zoned R4, which is high density residential. To the west is across Casper Mountain Road, is City of Casper as well, which is zoned R4, which is high density as well. And then to the east is urban residential, which is actually county property or county jurisdiction. The applicant is requesting this zone change to develop this property as commercial property. Staff finds that, so this has recently been divided into a 2-acre lot from a bigger lot as well. He zoned it or divided it to 2 acres. It could be 2 acres with private sewer or 900 square foot if it has public sewer on it, which it does not currently have. It does not have a well either at this time. This area is in the growth management area for the City of Casper. It falls into the 2016 development plan as neighborhood 27, which is Allendale, and it is for commercial and industrial development in that location. The lot is currently vacant. And staff, Planning Commission did forward a due pass recommendation at their July 15th meeting. They did not have any additional conditions, and the staff and P&Z would recommend a pass recommendation on this as well.
Do we have any questions for staff? Commissioner Nicolason.
Thank you. Why hasn't this been annexed into the City of Casper previously?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, I'm not sure about previously. I forgot to flip the slides, but all the brown area here is currently Natrona County. The area that's not brown, as I should have flipped them, those are City of Casper. They are looking to annex this into the city. I don't know if the applicant is looking to annex or the city is looking to annex this, but it is into the City of Casper growth boundary. So I'm not sure. I didn't ask the details on that.
So how do these things fit together then? City of Casper has indicated some desire to annex it. Property owner maybe has not indicated any desire to have it annexed. And are we in the middle on this? I know it's county jurisdiction, but with the plan, I'm just not exactly clear what comes first or what should come first. I understand this has come first, but I'm not sure I exactly understand it. And if I do understand it, if I'm exactly comfortable with it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, the applicant has expressed interest in annexing to the city. We did talk to the planning department in the city of Casper, just for their input as well, because we usually try and get input from different entities. It just depends on what it is. And so we thought, well, since it's surrounded by Casper, we just ask the question, do you guys have any issues with this, or questions or comments? And they intend on annexing it. They didn't have a timeline. We didn't ask a timeline either. So I think it's a chicken and an egg, what goes first and what goes next.
Is there an advantage to either the applicant, a disadvantage to the city, to have it the zone change at this time? Because if we do nothing and it's annexed, then he can have it zoned however he wants and however he can get it passed by the city of Casper.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, my suspicion is that if this is changed now, because he already put the application in front of us, he can proceed with his development that he wants to proceed with without having to wait for Casper to annex it. Because I don't know their timeline, but I would suspect it's at least 6 months from now. Where if it's the zone's changed now, he could potentially be planning that out and could do it now and then wouldn't have any issues.
Did the city of Casper have a recommendation or a preference?
They did not. They said if it's annexed to the city, it doesn't matter because it'll be under city zoning.
Okay. And your recommendation is that we could move forward?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Milne?
So this one and the one upcoming after this one, essentially they're spot zones for the county. I think, it fits within the city. Zoning as far as the use and whatnot, but for the county, ignoring the city, it is spot zoning, and we prefer not to do that. So I'd like to hear from, maybe if he's here, maybe hear what kind of plan of moving forward to the city. If that is there, then if that plan is there to move forward, then it alleviates some of my concern of spot zone.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, that is correct. When we did look at that on the spot zoning, because we know that that's not our desire. And then when we looked at the parcel being completely surrounded by City of Casper and zoned either high density or commercial, we thought, okay, so we could see that fitting. So that's why we thought it would fit in that area.
I can see it, but I wanted to go to the city if he's going to do that.
And Mr. Hansold is not here, but he did provide me with some comments that I was going to wait for the who wants to support this, but I can read it now if you'd like.
I'd like to hear.
Okay. It says, I, Ben Hansold, would like to speak in favor of the zone change from urban residential to commercial for Lot 1 of the Eagle View Simple Subdivision. I have applied and paid application for the zone change request. The P&Z Board has recommended approval at their July 15th, 2025 meeting. The property borders the YDOT State Highway 251, better known as Casper Mountain Road. The properties to the north and south are both used for commercial purposes now. The property directly east is owned by me, and I have no objections to the rezone as the neighbor to the east. The rezone makes sense from an objective standpoint based on location, current surrounding property uses, and vicinity to major YDOT highway. It does not make sense to maintain existing urban residential zoning for the same reasons stated above. I humbly ask that the county commissioners approve the rezone. Thank you, Ben Hansold.
Is there any discussion during the P&C, on spot zoning?
There was not, and I think that was because of just the other zoning, that it's just a odd piece of property being so surrounded by Casper.
Right. It's still not our zoning.
Exactly. You're right. Exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Thank you. Okay, at this time, I would ask individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration of ZC 2502 to approach the lectern.
Mr. Chairman, should I read this again for the record that it?
Yes.
Mr. Hansel would like to speak in favor. Do you want to read the whole thing again?
I don't think you need to read the whole thing as long as we have it on record.
Just have it on record that he wanted to speak in favor,
Copy
just
of
couldn't be here.
Yeah, as long as we can get a copy of it and put that on record.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, at this time, I'd ask individuals that wish to speak in favor, consideration of CZ 25-02 to approach the lectern. For the last time, ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration of ZC 25-02 to approach the lectern. All right, hearing none, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of ZZ 25-02 to approach the lectern. This time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of ZZ 25-02 to approach the lectern. For the last time, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of ZZ 25-02 to approach the lectern. Hearing none, I now close this public hearing. I would entertain a motion or discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve CZ 25-02 with all facts and findings of staff.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Milne, second by Commissioner Coates to approve with all facts and findings from staff. Do we have any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. I now declare the public hearing for considerations of ZZ 25-03, a request by Ben Hansel for approval of the zone change from urban residential zoning district to urban agriculture. The property is located off Casper Mountain Road, approximately 0.5 miles north of Southeast Wyoming Boulevard in the Eagle View Simple Subdivision. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statute, rules of the Natrona County Commission, and the applicable laws. May we have a staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, as you stated, this is case number ZC 25-03. The applicant is requesting a zone change from urban residential to urban agriculture. The property is located to the east side of Casper Mountain Road. It's minimum of 2 acres, currently in urban residential. The lot size of this lot is 17.81 acres and is currently vacant. The adjacent uses for this property touches quite a few different zones. So most of them are City of Casper, zoned anywhere from residential to commercial and business. And then to the east is urban residential, which is county. So this parcel is next to the parcel that we previously discussed. It just doesn't, this parcel does not touch Casper Mountain Road. So if you see on the map, the brown area is all that's zoned urban residential, and that is county. And then the parts that you can see the satellite image on, that is all city. And then other zoning and other colors are all county zoning as well. This property is also located in the growth management area for the city of Casper. It is also in the neighborhood 27 Allendale. The development plan recommends infill of residential in this area. It's currently vacant land. The applicant is seeking to change the zoning to accommodate future development in this area that is consistent with current surrounding City of Casper zoning. Staff finds that if this parcel will change to urban agriculture, it would create a spot zone in this area. There are property owners within this urban residential zone who are also interested in changing to urban ag. However, the applicant is the majority property owner in this area and does not wish to change any of his other properties to urban agriculture from urban residential in this area. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted to forward a do not pass recommendation at their July 15th, 2025 meeting, as they see this as spot zoning, which we just discussed, not wishing to do that in the county. And I will take any questions.
Did you say that the other landowners in the area are not in favor of changing that to urban agriculture? Because I know that had been in discussion in the past.
So, Mr. Chairman, there was one other property owner that has not come forward to you all yet. It's tabled at PNC that we're looking at opening discussions on. I can show you on this other map.
Okay, but everything else, you haven't heard anything, or you have?
So that property owner wanted to change to urban agriculture from urban residential. The applicant for this application owns a majority, either he or his family own a majority of the rest of this, probably over 51% of this area that's zoned, and he does not wish to change the rest of his area to urban ag.
Okay, he just wants to leave just that one.
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question.
All right, Commissioner Laird.
What was the rationale for the zoning commission to send a aisle to us?
It's spot zoning.
Does it hurt anybody? Cause any problems?
Oh, well, according to our regulations, it provides him with other advantages that others don't have for that zoning.
Like what?
The regulations so you have all of the requirements for urban residential as opposed to urban agriculture. So in urban agriculture, you could build a barn or a lean-to have, say, goats or horses. You can't do that in urban residential.
Trying to figure out if that's a harmful thing or a problematic thing for people, and why not let the guy do it?
Spot zoning was the biggest reason, and given that advantage to the one piece of property for our regulations.
Do we have a resolution against spot zoning?
It's in our zoning.
Huh?
It's in the zoning.
We do have one?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Nicolason, did you have a question? Okay. Commissioner.
Can you go back to that map? So that little piece south of it, that would be created as a spot itself. Is that owned by him as well?
No, sir, that one's not. That just happens to be one that's not.
Okay, so he wants to leave the rest of it urban residential and just that little itty bitty piece there, the subject parcel, as the urban ag.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long that city zoning as urban ag has been on the south? side of that?
Mr.
Did you
Chairman.
have that information, or do you have that information?
I could probably find that information, but I have not looked at Casper zoning.
Any other questions for staff? Great, thank you. All right, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration as ZZ 5-03 to approach the lectern.
Mr. Chairman, I know I look like a staff member that was just up here, but this has been canceled. he couldn't attend, so he asked me to read some comments in favor to you all. So Ivan Hansel would like to speak in favor of the zone change from urban residential to urban agriculture for Lot 2 of the Eagle View Simple Subdivision. I have applied and paid application for the zone change request. The P&Z board has not recommended approval at their July 15, 2025 meeting. The property is geographically, naturally challenging for commercial or urban residential development. The property is approximately 16 acres. The property is naturally suited and intended for urban agriculture uses, e.g. greenhouse or residence with shop and barn. The property directly east is owned by me, and I have no objections to the rezone as the neighbor to the east. The property to the north is City of Casper and owned by me with no objections to the rezone. The property to the south is City of Casper and a small private piece in the county that is used as a garden for the Crossroads Church. The property to the west is City of Casper, Seventh-day Adventist Church and commercial. I have heard the word spot zone come up many times at the previous county P&Z meeting and by many people that work at the county. See, we're following regulations. Well, I say this is the spot, 16 acres, that I want zoned urban agriculture. I hear no complaints, nor have I seen any regarding this request. My development to the north is nice and well done. Does anyone want a monolithic landscape, a landscape where everything is the same, lacking variety? Do we not want more in Casper and Natrona County? I have been told by county staff that if over half of the landowners of the approximately 400 acres to the south and east want to change their zoning to urban agriculture, then this zone change could be approved. Why would the county want all those acres to be zoned the same? Is it a reasonable request to change the zoning of this parcel of land? It is unreasonable for the county to require the approximately 400 acres to the south and east to be changed with it. That answer would not be what is best for everyone. My family owns more than half of those acres, and we do not want them all zoned the same. We do not object to this rezoning. I ask that everyone take a good hard look at what is happening here and approve the zone change that I have requested for my land. Thank you, Ben Hansel. And in reference to what he's stating on over half of the landowners requesting the zone change, per our zoning map amendment in 5.06, under applicability, it says if the zone change is initiated, if it's initiated by an applicant to amend the official zoning map, the request must represent a petition by a majority of the owners of record of the contract purchaser of the property or owning a majority of the assessed valuation of the area to be rezoned. So that's what he's talking about.
Okay.
Any questions for Ben?
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, I would ask those that are in favor of ZC 25-03 to approach the lectern. Okay, and for the last time, I would ask those that wish to speak in favor of ZC 25-03 to approach the lectern. Seeing none, I'd ask those that wish to speak against consideration of ZC 25-03 to approach the lectern. Second time, I would ask those that wish to speak against consideration of ZC 25-03 to approach the lectern. For the last time, I'd ask those that wish to speak against consideration of ZC 25-03 to approach the lectern. Seeing none, I now declare this public hearing closed. I would entertain a motion for approval or denial this time. Gleason?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to deny the requested zone change for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, do we have any other discussion? My one comment on this is that it would be contiguous with the city zoning, this urban ag directly to the south. And we just did the same thing with the previous one that we did with the city zoning to the north. So yes, as far as the county is concerned, it is spot zoning, but it's still in the same general application. Go ahead.
Just kind of to rebut that, yeah, to the south, yes, but you have zoned high density residential just to the west of it or east of it, and then residential above it. This would zone it into an ag, which would allow for types of animals and whatnot, and activities that may conflict with the higher density or the residential zonings, similar to what we're seeing on the outer belt or outer loop area over there by Poplar with the dog kennel. Just something to think about.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I think it should be granted that nobody was against it. And what you said is exactly right. We're just treating it the same as the other. It makes sense to allow a person in Wyoming to do what he wants with his own land as long as it doesn't bother other people.
Any other discussion? All right, at this point, I will call for those in favor of the motion. Say aye.
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 Those opposed, say nay. Same sign.
I'm opposed.
Okay, the motion does carry. So the zoning rechange has been denied at this point in time. With that, we will move into Resolution 36-25, Notice of Adoption of a Policy regulating heavy vehicle traffic in designated residential access roads in Natrona County for the public safety. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statute, rules of Natrona County, and public applicable laws. May we have staff report?
I volunteer Mr. Hegler to provide the staff report. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I've reviewed the county road system in respect to this resolution and have looked at a number of roads that will probably fall into the categorization as stated here. And basically, roads that are residential, don't have a second access out, and are considered somewhat dangerous to heavy traffic. And I've come up with, and you haven't seen any of this obviously, but I've come up with about 26 roads that would immediately fall into that. And then I have an additional number of roads that I'm still looking at the zoning on. But so I don't know if you want to move ahead with naming those roads, or if we want to look at that at another meeting. I'm not sure how you want to handle it.
Mike, have you got ones that you would recommend right now at this point in time? I mean, you said you had 26 that you were.
I thought I had it. Yeah. I do. And feel free, if you see issues with any of these that I haven't seen, but Henry Road is one of them. It's a dead end access. It's leading to a residential. The East Salt Creek Road, which is up out of Midwest, is a dead end. leads into a ranch, but there's no access out. 6 miles south is a dead end, goes to residential. 8 mile south is a dead end, goes to residential. The Shin Road off a 12-mile dead end, residential. Ty Moore, it goes down to a ranch, but it's dead ended. Lone Tree, which is off of 220, goes into a number of homes, but it's dead ended. The old Alcova Highway, which is right here in Casper, goes in behind the fairgrounds, and it's dead ended. There's any turnaround. Lakeshore Drive, obviously is a dead end road. We have an access out, but the road that's accessed out also falls into this because it's residential. Fremont Canyon, obviously. Sandy Beach, that's at the lake, it's dead ended. Lake Ridge Estates is the other road at Alcova. Squaw Creek, dead ended. Micro Road on the mountain, dead ended. Coates Road, dead ended. East End Road, Ponderosa, Scenic, parts of Allendale, Rotary Park, Archery Range, Mystery Bridge, part of Mystery Bridge after you cross the railroad tracks going east and north, and Fry Road, which is a connector to the Henry Road, going down off of Gary Dome. Ormsby Road West goes into Homo Hills. There's no way out. And Gary Dome West, which goes over and ties into Lake Road. There's about 26 of those right there. There's probably an additional 20 some to look at yet.
Any question for Mike? Commissioner Coach?
Mr. Hagler, thank you. So, do you believe that this resolution, as it sits, will improve the health, safety, and welfare, the ability to keep those roads in, I guess, manageable condition? This resolution aid road and bridge?
I do. I agree with it, particularly with the permitting process. If something needs to happen, that it's reviewed and would be approved by the commission.
That permitting process wouldn't be too cumbersome for road and bridge?
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Nicholas.
Mr. Hagler, thank you for doing this initial inventory of these 26 roads. I think what you're saying is these are primarily residential, and that they have design limitations and construction limitations that would increase the burden on the county and therefore the public and the taxpayers to maintain, repair, and improve them if there was a lot of heavy truck traffic on them.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Appreciate
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. This time I would ask those that wish to speak in favor of consider of resolution 36-25 to approach the lectern.
Commissioners, Chairman, I'm Greg Werger, 7,000 Coates Road. I'm in favor of the restrictions, basically because these residential roads that do dead end, and all residential roads in the county need to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. The road I live on has 2 severe 90-degree turns, and without weight restrictions, it's going to be a problem to have heavy loaded trucks coming down. So I'm on the record for approving this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you. My name is Walter Mershot. I live at 6670 Coates Road. What I have earlier on is I sent a letter to Chairman North, and I think it was distributed, but I also want to make sure that it gets in the public record, so there's copies of it here. And, excuse me, and I just want to say that my wife and I are in favor of this resolution on residential roads. And I didn't know there were that many residential roads in Natrona County, but that was enlightening. On the piece of paper that I have that you will get, it just simply states what we are in favor of this resolution. But at the very bottom, you'll notice a little handwritten notes at the bottom. And if you live on a residential road, we do, and you get a letter in the mail saying somebody's going to come and mine gravel beside your house, anybody on any residential road, if they were to get that letter, they first thought in a little bit of a panic. So not only is it the use as far as weight, entrance onto the road, off the road, and all those things that are accompanied with it. One of the things that I looked at was even though at 10,000, the trucks that have 10 tons, the smaller ones, not the 30-ton great big monster gravel trucks, just the small ones, which are still too heavy. If you took 17 acres, and I use 17 because I got this letter from Kyle True that he wants to mine 17 acres beside me at 25 feet deep. If you take 17 acres times the gravel, and not sand, not topsoil, but gravel, and multiply that through with 25 feet of gravel, 17 acres, you'll come up with 960,000 tons in 17 acres. Now we know that that's, if that were to ever happen, it's easy for Mr. True to go piece after piece after piece. So you're talking millions and millions of pounds of gravel, tons of gravel. Now, I think, and what I read, even a 10-ton truck is too much, because you add the 10 ton of gravel with a 25,000 pound truck, you've exceeded the weight limit. But if, and I hope it never gets to this, you were using a 10-ton truck, that's 96,000 truckloads on that 17 acres going down Coates Road or any of the other residential roads. Just completely out of control. I just bring that up because now you can get sort of a feeling how many truckloads. Now, the answer is, well, 1 truckload a day. It's not going to work. The economics aren't there. So I think what we have to do is, and I'm hoping you all accept this resolution, it just is not designed. County residential roads are just not designed to support industrial gravel mining. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Questions?
Any question? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Michael Fernald, 5050 Coates Road. Just want to speak in favor of the resolution. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Griffith. I live on Coates Road, and I just want to thank Mr. Hagler for his work on this, as well as the diligence in looking at the application to other roads. We know it's not just one road in this county; it's several, and to address the safety issue is certainly important to all of us. And I know following even a UPS truck up and down these gravel roads is something you just back way off of. Otherwise, you just get inundated with dirt, dust, and rocks. And I certainly know that our neighbors that live down at those corners get inundated with that every time somebody goes by a little too fast. So I am in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Jim Harvey on 4850 Squaw Creek Road. For all the reasons listed prior, I agree with this resolution. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Canope, 4760 Rossford Road, and I just want to say I'm in favor of the resolution.
I'm Glenda Vineyard and I live in 5305 Coates Road and I'm in favor of the resolution.
Good evening, everybody, Chairman, Commissioners. When I come here, like, it's like meeting with friends anymore. It's not even like a meeting or anything like that. But I agree with the resolution. I like the way you guys planned it out, that a one-time deal, if you have to unload something, all those things you put in is perfect. Actually, those roads, at least Coates, 5950 Coates Road, Roberto Fares, it's not even, sometimes Honda Civic is too heavy. And thank you for the county for fixing it constantly. Because, I mean, sometimes they fix it and 3 days later, there's potholes everywhere already. It only lasts 3 days. So I can't even imagine. I would put a chairlift all the way up to Hogadan from there and then increase the ski. So thank you. And me and my wife are in favor of the resolution. But if I can, I want to say something that's totally off the record here. And it came to me when the lady started talking about the chicken and the egg. And I finally figured out what came first. It was the rooster. Then the chicken, and then the egg. I finally figured it out, like she inspired me. So anyway, thank you very much.
Anyone else that'd like to speak in favor?
Good evening, Commissioners. I am in favor of
Can you tell us your name?
Steve
address?
Logan, 5280 Squaw Creek. I am in favor of this.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor?
Liz Ramza, 6510 Coates Road, and I'm in favor of this.
Hello. Deb Theriault, 7230 Rocking R Road in Webb Creek. And I'm also in favor of the resolution. I just have a question for Mike Hagler, if I could ask. Does this resolution only deal with dirt roads or is it paved roads as well? Paved roads. Okay, then I particularly agree because Webb Creek Road is also a single access. And if any, it's also at the end of the sections that may be affected by the gravel leasing. So I'm very much in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. For the last time, those in favor who wish to speak in favor of Resolution 36-25, please approach the lectern. Seeing none. Ask those individuals that wish to speak in opposition of consideration of Resolution 36-25 to approach the lectern.
Commissioner North, just to put on the record, we did receive a written objection.
I'm gonna.
Oh, okay,
I was
sorry.
gonna
I
say
didn't want to
that.
forget.
I was gonna say that in a moment.
Okay.
But since you did, it's on the record. At this point, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of Resolution 36-25 to approach the lectern. For the last time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of Resolution 36-25 to approach the lectern. And just for the record, the individual that did send in a letter in opposition was Kyle True with Prism Logistics. Okay. Hearing no others, I now close this public hearing. Commissioner discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Mill.
So I'm going to start off this discussion by saying this resolution needs work. I have no doubt that Coates Road, Webb Creek area, Squaw Creek need potentially this resolution to assist in public safety and road maintenance and whatnot. However, this has taken a machete where we need a scalpel. I think that this needs to be modified in section 2, which is what we discussed prior, and it somehow ended up in section 3, that the Board of County Commissioners make the final decisions. Section 2 is where, and that's for permitting only. Section 2 shows that it is the road and bridge and or designee that will make those apply this resolution or not. And then the permitting or the exceptions will then be made by the Board of County Commissioners. I think that should be, again, handled by the Board of County Commissioners, as we're the representatives of the county, of the residents, and it should be, as stated by some prior here, that it should be a case-by-case basis, and we're the ones that should be taking the heat, whether it's for doing it for Coates Road or not, whether it's for doing it for a road that ends up at a ranch or not. That rancher may be pissed if we designate his road, not us, but somebody else. The county road and bridge designates that road as heavy. Where he's been going up and down that road before, and it's not been a problem. Now all of a sudden he needs. So my recommendation would be to modify this section 2, similar to what we have in section 3, where the Board of County Commissioners makes the final decision on those road designations. I'd also further have 2 additional provisions to add for the future, for the road definitions. One, it needs to be initiated by the residents. It could be initiated by one resident or a whole group of residents, but initiated by the residents of that area, of that road, so that we have actually public input, not just a blanket authorization, blanket commitment across the county as to, nope, you're a heavy designation, too bad. So it needs to be initiated by the residents of that road or that area. Two, it then needs to go to the Road and Bridge where they evaluate it. They look at the road surfaces, they look at the speeds, they look at the makeup of the road. And then just like planning and zoning, then they come to us with their recommendations, or the Board of County Commissioners with their recommendations. And then this board makes that final decision whether it is designated for heavy traffic or not. I do not think this, as it stands, should be passed at this time. I would love to pass it if it had that language in there, if it had that public input for the different roads, if it had that this board was the people that made the decision, as we should be, I would vote for it right now. But I think, again, it's a blanket authorization. We're approaching this with a shotgun effect, knee-jerk reaction, and I think it needs to be more specific, and it needs to be so that we can evaluate those roads on a case-by-case basis. That's all I've got to say.
Commissioner Nicolason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the public's coming out tonight, weighing in on this. Thank you, Mr. Hagler, for your work on this. I was concerned on our process previously, and I expressed those concerns. I am comfortable with what we're doing tonight, knowing, I guess, in response partially to Commissioner Milne's concerns, knowing that we're going to come back at a later point and finesse this, revise this. We have the power to do that, and so do future boards. And I think we'll need to tweak pieces of it. And I also think that over time, some of the roads might come off here if substantial road work and improvements done to them. So I'm comfortable, although I do understand that Commissioner Milne is saying, the buck stops here with the commission, not necessarily with our road and bridge department. And so with Section 2A, I think that we could modify that to read instead of by road and bridge or his or her designee, we could say identified by the Board of County Commissioners or its designee, that might be Mr. Hagler, after notice and public hearing. So tonight we adopt this resolution, make applicable to it these 26 roads. In the future, if there's another road proposed to be added to it, the board, kind of in consultation with Mr. Hagler, and then after providing notice and public opportunity for public comment, decide whether we add or subtract other roads from this. So I think that might be a simple change to this resolution that I think might meet some of your concerns.
Some, not all.
Commissioner Casey. Commissioner Coates.
So Coates Road has obviously been a voice for this, but the past few months, it's not just been the Coates Road community that's asked for road protections. It's been different projects, different communities that have voiced concern on speeds, on truck traffics. And I think this resolution, which the community has called for, and the commission has worked to create, we've had time to review this. I believe this resolution accomplishes what we set out, which is to improve the health, safety, and welfare on county roads. And it charges our road and bridge staff, which truly are the experts on our roads, and they are to some extent our designee, as in the fact that we appoint the road and bridge director to, where we charge him with the knowledge and the care of those roads in our stead. So I think in order to move forward, I'm not opposed to the changes Commissioner Nicolason brings up. I think they have their place and they can work well. But I think moving on this allows us to really help the county and its people tonight.
Commissioner Laird.
So sometimes I listen to arguments. I listen to them all the time as a lawyer. Sometimes I agree and sometimes I don't agree. In this particular case, what has happened really is that information has come to the commission about the safety of these roads. Sometimes they come in a harsh way, where somebody wants to build gravel pits in the middle of somebody's neighborhood and really doesn't care what they think. So I did some research in other areas that have these problems, and many of them will not allow these kind of trucks to run on dirt roads, period, because it's dangerous. Now, I'm a safety guy. If I see something that's unsafe, I think about somebody getting hurt in a lawsuit and all that kind of thing. So the big time gravel operators say they can't run those big trucks on anything but paved roads. And they can't go out and mine gravel or anything else without placing a big berm around it. That's sensitive to sound. So you'd go by it, you wouldn't even know there was a gravel pit there, or could hear it, or have the dirt blow across to everybody's house. So the idea of putting this off to me is I don't understand that thinking. I'm for it, and I'm for passing it tonight. The public has spoken. You guys have come in here, I don't know to how many meetings, and filled up this room. So the public has spoken. The guy that wants this writes a letter. He doesn't even come down and face you. And he knows you don't want it. 20,000 people signed your petition. They don't want it. It's just not appropriate to do it on any dirt road. And any of the ones that Mr. Hagler mentioned, to send big old trucks up and down there, I don't know how many times a day that you go on this kind of business. But if you're digging down 25 feet and you're going along those 2 leases he's got left, you're gonna have hundreds of trucks a month running through there. And when a Honda can go through there in the mud and tear the road up, I don't know what a big old heavy haul truck is going to do to that road, or when you dig down 25 feet, what happens to somebody's water flow. I don't want to hear from any of my residents saying that somebody dug up there and they don't have water now, and they're saying, well, we'll drill you a well in 2 years because I'm too busy making more money. I think we have to respect our neighbors and what they say, and to put things off. This commission puts too many things off on the basis of trying to defeat it, in my opinion. And I hope we pass this tonight. And I think you all know how I feel about that.
Sometimes we don't know what the problems are until we find out the hard way. And sometimes that's by something else that wasn't even related to what we were looking at. And this is something that obviously, I mean, if Mike can come up with that many different roads that meet these criteria within the county that are residential areas that we need to protect, it's not just one area. It's all the way across the county. It's a lot of different places. And I do support this because, yeah, it may not be perfect right here at this point in time, but it is something that we can work on as a commission, and it gives us something that we can work on and move forward on. And because of that, I am in support of this, and I think that it's something that's going to give us another tool in our toolbox to work with, and that's something we need right now. So I'm not disagreeing with some of the points that Commissioner Milne brought up, but there are things that we need to work on, and this this gives us a good solid base to start working on that and gives us something that we have to take care of. So with that, I would entertain a motion to either approve or deny.
I move we approve the resolution.
Need to add, and with staff findings. There.
Yeah.
Okay. All the staff findings. And with, yeah, and with the approval, I mean, Commissioner Nicolason had some additional things that he had in there. And Commissioner Coates added onto those, so, would you mind if Commissioner Nicolason added those in? Just approval.
Do they need to be added? I don't mind, no, but do they need to be done tonight, or can we absorb this, see how it works out? Because we can always amend a resolution. But to get the matter passed appropriately tonight, I think it's very important to these people.
Well, I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that. But I think there were some important things that he did have to say that
Well,
were
I
additive.
didn't disagree with it.
Okay.
It's just a matter of when do you do it? And the way I heard him say it, it could be done as we move along, because it may need to be, who knows what kind of things we come across with respect to this, but I think sending the message out is that this is how we want these kind of roads to be, become more safe.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nicolason.
I tried to speak quickly and had my light on here because I was hoping to make a motion that perhaps Commissioner Laird could second. So I don't know if he might consider withdrawing his motion and then listening to mine, and then if he has some objection or additions he would want to make to it, he might do that at the time.
I have no problem with that.
All right.
Okay.
Then, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would move to approve Resolution 3625, adopting a policy regulating heavy vehicle traffic on designated residential access roads in Natrona County for the public safety. I would make our designation tonight the 26 roads that Mike Hagler mentioned. I would, as part of my motion, also suggest we modify section 2A on page 2 to replace the words road and bridge or her designee with Board of County Commissioners or its designee after notice and public hearing. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Did you get all that, Michelle? Okay.
Michelle always gets all of that.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to amend that to preclude those 26 roads and only at this time include Coates, Squaw Creek, Wood Creek, and what was it, Rocky Gnar or Webb Creek subdivision.
Webb Creek's not, yeah, that's not a county road. That's a private
Okay,
subdivision.
so that section of that area of the mountain or county. And then the others can be addressed at a later time. I think we're taking too big of a bite of the apple, but my amendment is just a friendly amendment to include those roads that are on the face of the mountain. Only.
It's up to Commissioner Nicolason, and you, since you made the motion.
I call for a
seconded it.
question on the motion that was made by Mr. Nichols.
You can't do that. I've already made it.
As a point of order, first, let's be clear on your motion to amend.
Right, I'm
my
trying to-
motion, which is Coates, Webb Creek, and Squaw Creek.
those are the ones in question that are in need of,
I didn't have web written down. Okay, so, so squaw and codes.
right? Basically, the roads on the face of the mountain that are in of being damaged due to heavy truck travel or public safety.
But I think my feeling would be that we specifically identify them instead of just say on the face of the mountain.
So in that case, I'd ask Mike Hagler to come back to the podium and identify those roads that are in that area that.
If I'm, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, if I'm understanding you right, give me a minute here.
I apologize, I don't have the names of the road.
Squaw Creek would be one of them. Coast would be one of them. Just on the face of the mountain?
The ones in question that are in jeopardy for the current, for public safety and road damage. I'm not talking about Gary Dome. I'm not talking about
Micro?
off Micro or off 12 Mile or anything like that. East End, Ponderosa, whatever else you identified. I'm talking about just the ones that are currently in jeopardy.
Well, the way this resolution reads, I mean, there's a number of them that are in jeopardy. So I guess I disagree with that. You have scenic, that's on the face of the mountain, but you could have, pardon me, but you could have a gravel pit anywhere on the mountain. So if I don't name Micro and all those roads, then it's for.
Screw it. I pull back my amendment. Which one?
Okay, so no, he withdrew friendly amendment, so we're back to the motion and the second.
I call for the question.
And at this point, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I, for the objection stated, I again think we're hitting this with a freaking machete instead of a scalpel, but whatever.
Okay. Motion did proceed. It passed. So with the amendments presented by Commissioner Nicolason.
One amendment, not amendments.
So, okay. Any other discussion on that?
Agenda meeting.
Okay.
Seriously.
All right. We'll move on to public comment. Any public comment?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Dave Wynn. I live at 4162 Stafford Court here in Casper. And I would like to speak in support of Radiant Energy and Bar None's addition. I know that that is not an agenda item tonight, but this is the first commissioner meeting since I was able to attend a recent town hall. I listened. I know some of the commissioners, and I find you to be logical, intelligent, and men of integrity. Having lived in Casper, I am not a resident of Bar None, but I have lived in Casper for over 50 years. And what I first learned about Radiant Energy's interest in moving, building, and developing Bar None about 6 weeks ago from a Radiant company flyer. I learned about a town hall to be held July the 24th at the hangar in Bar None and attended in an effort to learn more. In that 2-hour meeting, I gathered 4 types of information: informed concerns, misconstrued information, misinterpreted information, and unmistakably untrue information. From the information I did receive and from further personal investigation, I requested a meeting with Radiant spokesperson, Mr. Mackay Cartman, an impressive young man, and I met with him for a little bit more than an hour. And many of the questions that I had were answered. Based on my own real life experience in developing, building, and implementing new concepts to this community and concerns new things can bring, I know that untried and unproven models bring concerns to an uninformed public. Those concerns can lead to misguided action, and misguided action can lead to lost or delayed opportunity. I believe Radiant Energy Inc. brings a diversification to our energy-rich state, a broadening of our tax revenue base, an increased educational opportunity for our next generation with higher wages, encouraging the staying in Casper and not moving to other areas. And importantly, it means that our energy-rich state could shape, mold, and safeguard through thoughtful legislation a guide path for the direction demanded by our country for increased electrical power, if the legislators will participate in the process rather than just veto it or table it. Thank you for the opportunity to present this. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to move on to commissioner comments. Commissioner Milton. Commissioner Laird.
It's interesting with respect to Radiant, because from my understanding of it, number one, they would have to be rezoned to have the plant, because the zoning doesn't tolerate that kind of business right now. Zones can be changed, as they call it spot zoning. And secondly, the state government hasn't approved radioactive waste disposal in Wyoming. So as it stands right now, in my mind as a lawyer, it's illegal for them to put that business up and be conducting business the way they want to do it. Now, once they go through all the processes, and if they get the legal authority and they get the zone changes, then it's a whole nother conversation. So I know people are confused about it. But when they call me and say, well, what are you going to do? I'm going to say, well, right now it's not legal to put it there. I believe I'm correct on that. So when ifs and buts are candy and nuts, it'll be Christmas every day. And that the legislatures, what I have read in the paper, whether it's accurate or not, has said that the legislature has tabled that issue. So they're not even going to vote on it until the next legislative session. So that's a while away. And then with respect to the zoning out there, I really don't know what is going to happen, whether bar none is going to try to incorporate that property into the town. I personally think that the bar none people ought to have a very strong say-so in all of this, although we as commissioners consider the entire county, and I like to see new businesses come into this county and jobs being provided. So there's a lot of issues to be resolved, and you're right, sir, there's a lot of things being said that are without truth. Some have truth, some don't. But for me, the technical issues need to be solved first. And I thank all of you who are in here now. I feel like some Tuesdays we just all get together and hang out, and have been doing it now for a year or so. And so I wish you all the best.
Commissioner Nicolason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fire danger's high. There have been a number of wildfires here recently, and I suspect there are going to be more here in our county in the next 45 days. Lightning burned down one of our haystack yards. No structures were damaged, so that's good. Lightning started some other fires, but there was one that started on Wyoming Boulevard, and there have been others started on Wyoming Boulevard over the years. People throwing their cigarettes out the window, and we need to do our part not to exacerbate the situation. So the fire ban's in effect. Pay attention to that, but do your part in taking care of our community. And I guess on that, going back to how we started this meeting in remembrance of Dr. Gail Zimmerman, he and his family have helped to take care of our our community for a long, long time. And it is a loss to our community. He was a special man, and I know a lot of people will miss him.
Commissioner Coates?
So thank you, Mr. Hagler, for all your input tonight. Really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone that came and participated tonight. We appreciate your input. Thank you, Dr. Farr, for teaching us so much about poultry. That was useful tonight. And I just wanted to make mention, to say congratulations to Shane Cheney, the new chief of the Casper Police Department. I think that's going to be a really positive thing for Casper and Natrona County. So, thank you.
I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. There's been a lot of stuff that's gone on in our community over the last couple of years, and it's pointed out some of our weak points, and it's pointed out some of our strong points. And I think that's something as a community that we can grow, and we can work on the areas that we have deficiencies, and be proud of the areas that we're strong in. I was at the Minerals Committee last week and listened to a lot of the testimony, and there were some very impressive people there that spoke about a lot of things. And there are some things that people disagree on. But what I really want to see us to do is figure out what we do agree on. A lot of times, 90% of the stuff we agree on, and we only disagree on 10% of the things. We need to quit focusing on the 10% and fighting about stuff and work on the 90% of the stuff that we agree on. That's how we move forward. By sitting there and nitpicking on little things that we don't agree on, it doesn't do anybody any good. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.